Licenciado Rodríguez, para el pase de lista, para saber si tenemos quórum para reiniciar los trabajos. Adelante.
Mike.
El señor Samuel Viret está excusado. Mr. Michael Pernick is here with us. Russell? Present. Enrique Mendoza? Don Paco Valcárcel? Nuestro fundador, Batista Sala?
Presente.
John Duggan?
Present.
Eno La Vega?
Present.
Attorney Joseph Lamboy?
Present.
Andrew Horn is excused. He could not make it. Mariam Palatin? Rafael López Santo? Mr. Genaro Gino Rodríguez? Rolando Marcos Hermoso?
Presente.
Richard DeCure? Juan Leticia?
Presente.
Suyoshi Yasukoshi?
Está excusado.
¿Verdad? John Hendelar? Present. Sergey Kursanov? Marcus Aslani? Coco? Present. Leon Panosillo? Our treasurer, Adolfo Flores, excused. Thomas Putz? Is Jacint Brian La Vega? Diana? Around? And finally, our friend Joe Hernandez.
Present.
Quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Gracias, señor secretario. We're going to start with the regional reports. Vamos a comenzar con los reportes regionales. We will start with our good friend, Vice President of the Asia Pacific, Leon Panoncillo. Vamos a comenzar con el reporte del amigo y vicepresidente de Asia Pacífico, el señor Leon Panoncillo. You should be getting his reports on your respective desks. Leon, the floor. Okay, we're doing we're projecting the presentation on the screen. Vamos a estar proyectando la presentación en la pantalla principal. Cuando disponga el equipo audiovisual que estemos listos. Un breve minuto. There it is, Leon. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, I'll start off with the handouts that I gave you before the start of the day. My regional report handouts consist of the report of my WBO Asia Pacific, my international, my Oriental, my Africa. This will consist of summary status of each regional report, status report from September 1st, 2024 through October of 2025. You also have my regional accounting ledger of individual regional, yearly regional graph statistic comparing previous year's growth. Let's start off with my WBO Asia Pacific. On page 124, the WBO Asia Pacific regional titles have historically demonstrated significant dominance in Japan, with a total of 15 champions emerging from the Asian country. Additional Japan boasts 11 notable champions who have contributed to the region's strong boxing presence. Alongside Japan, other countries within the region, including Korea, China, Philippines, have shown positive growth this year. This progress is evidenced by an impressive total of 27 successful sanctioned bouts conducted across these nations. These accomplishments reflect not only the commitment to excellence within the countries, but also the broader development and increased competitiveness of boxing throughout the Asia region. The sustained success and growth are promising indicators for the future of the continued prominence of the world, the WBO Asia Pacific regional titles. On page 2, on continuing on from my last convention report in 2024, I had 4 regional championships to close out the year in an amount of 8,975. Continuing on from 2025, from January to present, we continued on with sanctioning 23 more titles in the amount of 53,525. In a total summary, we generated 62,500. As you can see on my graph on page 3, the Asia Pacific graph, significant milestone in the history of the WBO Asia Pacific, which I am very proud and honored to have been part of. The graph illustrating the journey of the WBO Asia Pacific from its inception in 2001, through various periods of activities fluctuating. It begins modestly, reflecting the early stage of development and growth. The organization reached a remarkable peak in 2007, marking a high point of achievements and influence within the region. Also in the graph, illustrate decline in 2013, which represented a challenging phase with reduced activities. But despite these hurdles, we preserved and implemented strategic measures that have led to consistent growth and stability. Most notably, the graph highlights a sustained high level of dominance projected in 2025, showcasing the progress and resilience of the WBO Asia Pacific. The accomplishment stands as a testament to the dedication and hard work of everyone involved in advancing the organization mission. Now let's go on to page 5 through 7 on my Asia Pacific female. From this year, we accumulated 3 titles to report this year from January 1st to present. Total revenue, let me see here, right here. Total revenue of $6,500 US. Okay, on page 8 through 9, I also have a WBO Asia Pacific Youth. We had 2 Asia Pacific Youth titles to report, continuing on from last year's convention on November 1st to December. We had 1 youth sanctioned bout to close out the year in an amount of 2,475. Continuing on from 2025 January to present, we had another regional youth title in an amount of 1,700, in a combined total of 4,175. Now in the WBO International on page 10 to 13, as you know, our WBO International titles are for elite level participants. To note, specific qualification criteria that must be evaluated prior to the approval of any application for international titles within our organization. Our international title is designed exclusively for elite participants, particularly those with more established and distinguished boxing background. The exclusive director maintains a stringent approval process to ensure that the only boxers who meet these high standards will be granted such titles. To be clear, average boxers with mediocre record will not be approved for international titles. We are seeking boxers who demonstrate a notable level of achievement and professionalism in their careers. Specifically, we are looking for individuals who fit one or more of the following categories: former and world champions, highly classified contenders with strong and well-established fight records, boxers who have earned credited world amateur status, athletes with substantial number of professional fights who have represented their country in the Olympic Games, Competitors who have achieved medals in the Olympic Games or other recognized international competition. These criteria have been established to maintain the prestige and integrity of our international titles and to ensure that they remain a symbol of exceptional achievement in the sports of boxing. All submissions are reviewed against these standards before forwarding application for final approval. Should you inquire any further clarification of specific cases or need assistance with evaluating potential candidates, do not hesitate to contact the office. Okay, on page 10 through, page 16, you'll see a total of 16 titles to report this year in the international. Continuing on from last year's convention from November 1st to December 2024, closing out the year with 3 international championships in amount of $10,450. In 2025, from January to present, we had 13 additional international titles to date. Total amount revenue, $77,336. In a total combined amount of $87,786. Okay, on page 12, you can see our international graphic statistic. The graph again represents comprehensive view of fluctuation in activities over a span of 14 years, beginning from our inauguration in 2012. At the outset in 2012, we recorded 16 fights, marking the commencement of our operation. Throughout the years, we have observed various shifts in activity levels, culminating in the highest peak in 2019 with 36 fights.
Excuse me, Leon. I would like to acknowledge the IBF president who is in attendance, our good friend Daryl J. Peoples. Welcome, Daryl.
Hey guys, I'm not going to interfere with your business, but as always, I just wanted to say hello, catch up with a bunch of old friends, hopefully make some new ones. This man is making it rough on me. You're not getting this for the IBF. But guys, keep doing your work. You're our sister organization. We love you guys to death. And look forward with collaborating on a lot more. Keep doing your thing. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, Daryl.
there was a phone that was in the corner here and it's missing. If anybody has seen a phone that doesn't belong to them, it's Vicky's phone. Please report it to the front table. Se ha desaparecido un teléfono de la mesa que adelante de Vicky. Si por alguna casualidad lo ven, por favor entréguenlo a la mesa del frente. Gracias.
Gracias, Joe. Leon, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Back to the graph. Throughout the years, we have observed various shifts in activity levels, culminating in the highest peak in 2019 with 36 fights. This peak highlights a significant period of growth and increase in engagement with our international framework. Currently, as of 2025, our activities have stabilized, maintaining at 16 fights. This consistency reflects our ability to sustain operational level and adapt to the evolving landscape. Okay, on international female, on page 14 through 15. Continuing on from last year's convention, from November 1st to December 2014. Closing out the year, we had 3 international female in amount of $6,050. Continuing on from January to present, we had another 2 additional female titles in amount of $4,300 in a combined total amount of $10,350. Okay. We have a new additional international youth that we are now sanctioning. Our newest additional to report since the inauguration of our youth WBO international titles earlier this year, we have proudly crowned two youth champions. The first youth champion took place in Lagos, Nigeria, on April 18, 2025. This event showcased the Nigerian rising youth prospect Basit Adebayo with 9 wins, no loss, 4 KOs against a Tanzanian prospect Suleiman Shiha with a record of 5 wins, 2 losses, 2 knockouts in a contest for the vacant WBO Youth International Lightweight title. Basit Adebayo demonstrated remarkable skills and demonstrated securing the title via a knockout stoppage in the 6th round to become our first Youth International Lightweight champion. Our second youth transpired on July 26, 2025 for the vacant Youth International Bantamweight title, with Jonathan Kashita achieved a unanimous decision victory on October 10th. And on October 10 in Hong Kong for the vacant Youth International Welterweight title, a young, ambitious youth prospect, Colin Kearney from United Kingdom became the third champion to claim a Youth International champion. The Youth International titles are specifically designed to cater to athletes 25 years and below, providing them with a vital opportunities to prove their ability against skilled and recognized contenders in their professional pursuit. Moreover, promoters worldwide who are keen to promote their youth prospects are not restricted to participants within their own region. Instead, they have the privilege of selecting from a diverse pool of youth talents across the globe, broadening the competitive landscape and fostering international exposure. I believe that through these youth titles, we are laying a strong foundation for the future generation of boxing champions around the world, creating a pathway that encourages growth, competition, and international youth matches within the sports. Okay, on page 16 and 17, we have our international youth summary report on revenue. We had 3 titles to report this year from January 1st, 2025 to present. Total revenue of $6,500 US. Now going on to my WBO Oriental on page 18 to 21. The WBO regional title, Oriental regional title, has effectively preserved and reinforced our position in the Asia-Pacific market. This sustained presence is instrumental in counterbalancing the influence of the OPBF, which have traditionally held prominence in the region, especially in Japan. Our efforts have been met with encouraging responses from promoters across various countries in the Asia-Pacific Rim, including Philippines, Thailand, Asia, China, Korea, and Vietnam. Promoters in these key markets are demonstrated positive interest and increased requests for events sanctioned under the WBO Oriental banner. This growth demands not only underscores the recognition and credibility that the WBO Oriental commands, but also reflect the broader appeal and commercial potential we are harnessing in these territories. We remain committed to expanding our reach and strengthen our relationship with promoters and stakeholders throughout the Asia-Pacific Rim. By capitalizing on the momentum, we aim to enhance the visibility and prestige of the WBO Oriental, thereby offering boxers, promoters, an alternative to other regional titles that we have. On page 18 to 21, on the income report, the WBO Oriental with 10 successful sanctioned bouts to report. Continuing on from my last convention report in 2024, we had 3 regional championships to close out the year in amount of 7,445.46. And from January to present, we continued on with sanctioning another 7 titles in the amount of 19,925 in a combined total amount of 27,370.46. As on page 20 on my oriental graph, you'll see a graph with 19 years in the making. The oriental graph illustrates the fluctuation on inauguration opening from 2007 onward. The graph highlights a peak at 31 matches in 2008, indicating a significant level of activity during that period. Following this peak, there was no noticeable decline in activity in 2013. Despite this downfall, the graph shows a stabilization with the number of matches maintaining at 10 in 2025, which is in my assessment is a acceptable figure for this year. While the data reflects a period of fluctuation as subsequent stabilization, I'm optimistic about the prospect for the coming year. Based on current trend and support of factor, I strongly believe that next year will be a very productive year for the Oriental Regional. On page 22 through 25, we have the WBO Africa. Regarding the ongoing challenges and recent improvement within the Africa region in relation to participants' qualification for our events, historically, the Africa region has presented some difficulties due to general lack of awareness about the specific criteria required for participants to qualify. This gap in understanding has impacted the overall quality and consistency of matches within the area. However, I'm pleased to inform you that significant progress is being made. Our esteemed Africa board member, Samir Kaptan of Ghana and Leslie Cross from South Africa have taken proactive steps to address these challenges. They are actively engaged in education and guiding local promoters and matchmakers, ensuring they have comprehensive understanding of the qualification criteria. Their efforts are not only fostering a greater clarity, but also promoting adherence to our established standard. I am confident that with continued education and support from both Kaptan and Cross, the Africa region will begin to produce more highly qualified matches. This improvement will in turn encourage more promoters to collaborate with the World Boxing Organization, thereby elevating the level of competitive fighters representing in our classified ranking. I look forward to witnessing the positive development in the Africa region, and I'm optimistic about the figure growth of success the WBO on this continent. On page 23, on the income report of the Africa, this year with 12 successful sanctions bout to report in 2025. Continuing on from my last convention report in 2024, we had 3 additional championships to close out the year in amount of 7,850. And to continue from January to present, we had another 9 titles in amount of 21,650 in a combined amount of $29,500 US. On the Africa graph, you'll see the fluctuation as well. We also have a comprehensive graphic overview of the journey in Africa, which has been 20 years in the making. Our operation began in 2023 with only 6 matches during the initial year. We faced numerous challenges and struggled to establish a stable foothold in the region. But despite these early difficulties, we persevered through a series of ups and downs that has shaped our current trajectory. Significantly, we achieved a remarkable milestone in 2016, making the highest point in our operation thus far. Building in this success, both in the year 2024 and 2025, have been met with positive set of sanction programs that signal a promising outlook for the coming year. Our ongoing effort and strategic initiative position us well to continue this upward momentum. and further expand our impact across the continent. We remain committed to fostering sustainable growth and development through the activities and look forward to sharing more details, plans, updates with you in the near future. Now, in closing, just wanted to have a summary on my whole report on my regional. We had 27 Asia-Pacific sanctioned fight, 2 Asia-Pacific youth, 3 female Asia-Pacific, 16 international, 5 international female, 3 international youth, 10 Oriental, 12 Africa, 2 Africa female, in a total of 80 sanctioned regional titles in amount of 242,556.46. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leon. And I must say, Leon, I have to take my hat off you, because ever since I've met you almost 10 years ago when I started with Paco as a intern first and thereafter as legal advisor, you've been an extremely hard worker, always available 24/7, proactive, responsible, the level of professionalism, always willing to resort to fixing any issues that we may have, trying to enhance every region that you have oversight. We redesigned the regional titles to set forth uniformity on the belts. So I have to take my hat off you, Leon, okay? So
Thank you.
I'm very impressed with your report. It seems that in every region since last year, we're sanctioning more fights. So congrats, an incredible job, and I request a big round of applause from our members to Leon. Please, Mr. Vice President John Duggan, go ahead. No, you got to press.
Oh, did I turn it off? Okay. I just think it's astonishing that you, in 1 year, administered 80 regional bouts, sanctioned them, successfully completed them, over more than half of the world's land area and 3/4 of the world's population. That's an astonishing accomplishment, and I'd like to move to approve Leon's report on all of the regions that he submitted them for.
There's a motion by First Vice President John Duggan to approve the reports by Leon Paloncillo.
Let me second and make a very short comment.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Vargas.
remember 1995. You know Crazy Joe? We have two good Joe is here.
And Bad Joe.
But we got Bad Joe from LA, Cache Boxing. Okay, that's the contribution of Joe, El Malo, to WBO. He recommended Leon and Danny Lee to WBO. He was a kid. We have Luis Perez and I, we have a meeting in 1995 at the Caesars Palace in Vegas. I met Leon, said you will be with us. Thanks, Leon, for all the hell of the job you're doing. Thank you.
There's a motion by First Vice John Duggan to approve
Second.
the reports by Vice President Leon Paloncillo. There's second by Gino Rodriguez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Thank you, Leon. Let's now proceed to the original reports by our Vice President of Latin America, Jesús Leticia. Vamos a comenzar el reporte para la OMB en Latinoamérica por el vicepresidente de dicha región, el amigo Jesús Leticia. Así que, hermano, bienvenido, gracias por estar aquí y favor proceder con tu reporte.
Antes que nada, buenas tardes a todos los presentes. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer a toda la familia del OMB por la confianza depositada hacia mi persona, pero no estoy solo, hay un equipo aquí. En primer lugar, en esa confianza, Paco, Luis Batista, y continuado, como digo, con el presidente y amigo Gustavo Olivieri. Por eso digo, hay un equipo atrás y no estoy solo, soy el que estoy hablando, pero estoy hablando por un montón de personas que tengo como equipo y que estamos trabajando para llevar a Latinoamérica adelante. El reporte comienza con la terminación de la anterior convención, como decíamos, de octubre 27 a lo que es ahora 20-25 de octubre, y ya vamos a proceder. Lo que sí voy a aclarar, lo dividí en dos partes para que la información se vea un poco más clara, la parte femenina y la parte masculina porque hemos tenido logros muy, pero muy importantes. Tengo un tema técnico acá que no me... A ver si me permite pasar la... Ahí estamos, bien. Como decíamos, no estamos solos. En la pantalla van a ver unos veteranos que nos están acompañando como siempre y hemos incorporado gente nueva, sangre nueva, que esto de la nueva era, para justamente hacer una mistura y poder seguir trabajando, digamos, con los países que hemos tratado de hacer justamente una red y que todos los países en este reporte o el del día a día se sientan, digamos, representados o escuchados con sus problemas que lamentablemente en Latinoamérica tenemos mucho y hay que solucionarlos. Hemos hecho, como decíamos, en la rama femenina, hemos hecho 9 títulos a lo largo de este periodo, ¿sí? Hemos tenido en diferentes países, un poquito más se ha desarrollado en Argentina. En cuanto a lo masculino, hemos mantenido un buen número, en 21. Sí, hemos tenido un número de 21 títulos realizados, digamos, en este periodo. Ahí lo va a mostrar el gráfico, como decíamos bien. Esa es la proyectiva de los femeninos. En el último año ha habido un incremento muy importante. Ya estamos hablando de que, si nos ponemos desde la historia, es un 53% hemos hecho en el último año de los títulos latinos femeninos. En cuanto a los hombres, como decíamos, nos hemos mantenido 20, 19, 20, en los años anteriores hemos hecho 21, ¿sí? este periodo. Y los promotores, como siempre, estuvieron ayudando. Tenemos a la gente de OR Promotion con 14 títulos realizados, el amigo de All Star Boxing con 3. Lo que hemos tenido es también, si bien hubo sangre nueva en el directorio, también hemos tenido sangre nueva en los promotores. Lo tenemos a Sebastián Brillaga, que es un promotor nuevo de Argentina, que representa a Mansur. Rodrigo Morán, otra persona nueva ahora con televisión. También tratando de apostar, digamos, a los títulos regionales nuestros. En cuanto a los números, hemos llegado a la cifra total, los dos juntos, tanto femenino y masculino. 55.300 ha sido todo lo de este año. Y en cuanto a los datos deportivos, hemos tenido en la rama femenina una campeona con consagración. ¿Qué significa esto? Gabriela Aranís, que justamente va a estar peleando en el día de mañana, fue campeona latina y en el 24 se consagró, digamos, campeona del mundo. En cuanto a los hombres, hemos tenido mejor suerte. Hemos tenido 3, uno René Santiago, Isaac Cruz y Cristian Medina, el último, lo hemos visto en Japón. Así que en este último año hemos tenido la suerte de tener esos 3 campeones, por supuesto que se proyectaron a nivel latino primero y luego llegaron a la consagración. Como decíamos en detalle, las chicas hemos tenido 3 que disputaron, no tuvieron suerte, pero bueno, Daniela Senjo de Chile, Jennifer Mesa y Mayra Moneo disputaron títulos mundiales en este periodo. En cuanto a los chicos, tuvimos 8 disputas que disputaron, ¿sí? 3 tuvimos suerte, como los mencionados anteriormente, Medina, Santiago y Cruz. Campos, Córdoba, Romero, Cano y Espinosa no tuvieron suerte, pero tuvieron su chance, siendo campeones latinos en el pasado. Para cerrar ya el informe femenino dentro de la rama de la OMB, ninguna se ha consagrado en este año, no tuvimos suerte. 17 campeonas disputaron, como decíamos, se han hecho títulos latinos, 4 disputaron títulos mundiales, 9 se han hecho en este último año, quiere decir que es más de la mitad lo hemos hecho en este último periodo, y como decíamos, 3 han disputado títulos mundiales en el último año. Con respecto a los boxeadores masculinos, como decíamos, Santiago, Cruz, Medina se consagraron campeones, siendo campeones latinos. En la historia tenemos 779 títulos disputados desde que allá nació en 96. 215 disputaron título alguna vez, siendo campeones. 3 se convirtieron y 8 en el último año se han tenido la posibilidad de disputar el título. Más allá de los números fríos, hay cuestiones que van por afuera y son muy importantes de recalcar. Volvimos a tener presencia en Brasil, un título disputado latino entre dos ex olímpicos por Brasil, medallistas, una pelea muy buena, un espectáculo, digamos, muy bien realizado, y esto sigue porque hay mucha gente de Chile interesada en hacer títulos. Es como que estamos abriendo las puertas, digamos, de nuevas opciones para poder llevar, digamos, a Latinoamérica nuevamente a tener varios títulos disputados. Quiero agradecer nuevamente a todos, en especial también al soporte invisible, porque que es Diana. Diana responde todo. Acá estoy. Te estoy felicitando. Gracias, Diana. Gracias. Y realmente vuelvo a rectificar la confianza a todo Alboar que hemos llevado adelante, y cualquier inconveniente le digo a la gente de Latinoamérica, tienen mi número, me llaman y aquí estamos para resolver. O cualquiera de ustedes, acá estamos.
Gracias, Jesuán. Un aplauso. Jesuán, tengo que felicitarte y reconocerte porque más allá del aspecto operacional en Argentina, dirigiendo la OMB Latino, tú has realizado proyectos e iniciativas, contactos, esfuerzos para hacer eso extensivo a Brasil, como hiciste referencia. Empezaste a generar las condiciones para que se promoviera la OMB en Chile nuevamente, Paraguay, estuvimos en visita por allá en Sudamérica para realizar unos seminarios de capacitación. O sea que tú siempre estás bien comprometido con la organización en tu capacidad como vicepresidente. Incorpora un equipo de trabajo bajo tu dirección excelente, siempre estás disponible, haces recomendaciones para que el organismo mejore en todas sus facetas, no solamente en la vicepresidencia latinoamericana. Tienes los amigos Marco Hermoso y López Santos que siempre están contribuyendo. Hay un crecimiento del título latino en Argentina significante. Ese es el título que más se disputa y con más prestigio en la Argentina, ¿no? Y de hecho, y tenemos a Celeste Alaní que pelea mañana, que por ahí entra por el título regional, se hizo campeona mundial y mañana va a disputar una eliminatoria. Así que gran trabajo, Jesuán. Felicitaciones para ti y tu equipo. El éxito, ¿verdad?, no es individual, es colectivo. Hay un sinnúmero de personas que siempre contribuyen, ya sea de manera directa o indirecta, en la formación profesional y personal de todos nosotros como organismo. Así que muchísimas gracias. I'm going to ask for a big round of applause for Jesuán Leticia, Vice President. Tremendous job. Is there a motion to approve Vice President Leticia's Latino report?
Para que se apruebe.
I make a motion to approve.
There's two motions, one by Mike Pernick, International Commissioner.
Second.
Mike seconds the motion. Second by Gino. All in favor to approve Leticia's report, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Okay, now let's transition. Coco, are you ready for your report, Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President Isvan Coco Kovacs with his report. The floor is yours, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear President, Executive Committee members, and my beloved WBO family, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to report on another successful year for the WBO in Europe. In 2025, including the last weekend's big event in London, we had a total of 61 sanctioned fights in Europe. This includes the WBO Youth, Global, International, Intercontinental, Women and Men World Championship, and of course the European title fights. This managed and organized 24 different promoters from 12 different countries, from Ukraine to England, from Albania to Germany, from Switzerland to Hungary. This number is a little lower than last year, but still higher than in 2023. Only one reason for this is the stricter rules and approval process for the title fights. Not only boxers who have truly earned their chance to prove their performance, discipline, and result can fight for the WBO regional titles. When we look at the European Championship, there were 14 fights organized by WBO licensed promoter. Once again, Frank Warren and the Queensberry promotion were among the most active and professional, showing great commitment to the year. As Gustavo said, the quality much more important than the quantity. If you're looking a bit the future, then we can see the bright sky for the European boxing, especially in the heavyweight. England, Germany has plenty of world-class challenger in this division, but almost all of our regional champions are ready to step into the ring against the current world champion. First of all, I would like to thank President Oliver Gustavo for his strong leadership, vision, and support. His guidance and trust help keep the WBO family strong and united all over the world. He perfectly followed the pathway set by Paco, and his work keeps us leading the world of boxing. Many thanks also to the executive committee members, the supervisors, judges, referees, managers, who work hard to make sure every WBO event is fair and professionally. Your dedication is the foundation of our success. I would also like to thank our European promoters who continue to believe in the WBO's values and mission. Their loyalty and cooperation make Europe one of the strongest regions in the organization. And of course, I want to recognize the fighters who are really heroes of our sports. I'm very happy to see some of them join our convention. Their passion, discipline, and courage give meaning to everything we do. I'm proud to be part of this great organization, this great family. Respect, fairness, and unity are much more than just the words. Finally, I would like to express my special gratitude to the WBO for its support, because in this year, the Hungarian Boxing Federation, which I am the president, celebrated the 100th anniversary with a major event in the Hero Square in Budapest, where we held 100 boxing fights in 3 rings. And we were honored to welcome many boxing legends and international guests, including Oliver Gustavo, president of the WBO, Daryl Peoples, president of the IBF, Boris van der Vorst, president of the World Boxing, Thomas Pütz, president of the German Federation, Dariusz Michalczewski, Gennady Golovkin, a lot of important boxers and leaders who joined us in the celebration. And of course, thanks to the support of the WBO, where we were able to donate 100 punching bags and 100 pairs of gloves of the Hungarian boxers, helping to support the next generation of our sports. Thank you all of your trust, friendship, and teamwork. Let's keep working together for another strong, fair, and successful years of WBO boxing in Europe and around the world. Thank you for your attention, and viva la OMB.
Thank you, Coco. I have to congratulate Coco as well. Very extreme hard worker. Sometimes we go back and forth on the phone, but it's our passion. And we try to, select the best fighters to fight for one of the most prestigious belts, which is the European Championship. So many up-and-coming fighters, stars, fight for that title from Europe. Coco's always on the phone, working, strong. Sometimes, back and forth, but at the end of the day, the teamwork makes the dream work. Great job, Coco. Thanks for having me in Hungary. Congrats on your event, on your appointment. And always a pleasure to work with you, my friend. So a big round of applause for Vice President Istvan Coco Kovacs. Thank you, Coco. Board Member Marcus Aslani, please.
Let me just express my high respect for what Coco does in Europe, because I started 2007 with the German Federation, and the EBU claiming being WBC Europe, actually, the European title. And I just want to make sure you all know what a special challenge and difficult environment Europe is right now, and what a big name we have right now. And I'm always proud when talking to fighters and promoters when they fight for one of our titles, and it's high recognition, the WBO Europe title, and we can assure a place in the ranking, and it is really a hard work. I started working under Coco's guidance 2009. He's really very professional, and he keeps fighting for WBO, and he's a really good worker, and it makes our work in Germany such a difficult environment right now without television easier, and I'm really appreciate his work, and it's really great to work with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. Is there a motion to approve? There's a motion by Founding President Batista Sala. Second by ex-President Francisco Paco Valcárcel.
Here?
Ya está prendido.
Okay.
Ya.
Coco, Coco have been gold medalist, the Olympics. That's a privilege, an honor that we have him here. The first world champion professional champion from Hungary. I was there when you fought for the title too. We hired him as vice president. He's doing the hell of a job. Gino tried to teach him how to play golf, but hasn't been successful. But hope we can have a good golfer too. He has been successful in all around, but you have to be successful in golf, and hope you could do it. I know you could do it. Try harder. Thank you.
There's a motion by Founding President Batista Salas to approve Vice President of Europe Coco Kovacs' report, seconded by ex-President Francisco Valcárcel. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approve. So now, what time is it? 15 before 12? Is there a motion for...
Mr. President?
No, second Vice President La Vega, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. during the well presented and time given at the opening of our ceremony, and the history and the love that was presented by our Dr. Batista Salas and Parco, our past president, we moved to a break, and then we moved directly to the regional reports. And I think in our happiness and our anxiety and all the other great things for this convention this year, which is it has come after a great start, and I commend you as president. But I also want to congratulate you as president on your first anniversary of your presidency. It was this time last year when you were elected. So congratulations on this first year, starting us on our first year with a great start.
Thank you.
Thank you. But my motion,
It's a pleasure.
yeah. But I would like to present a motion to go back to address the agenda and the minutes for the meeting of the convention of 2024, which we haven't addressed yet. So
There's a motion by Second Vice President Leo La Vega to approve the minutes of last year's convention. Somebody second the motion. Second by North America Vice President Richard the Cure. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approve.
Before you finish, Gustavo.
Go ahead, Mr.
Let me tell you
Alcalcel.
something. We have to recognize a lady who has been here for a long time, founder with Batista Salas, but she's the senior here. Mrs. Jayan La Vega. Big round of applause for Justin. Justin has been great. Always with us, with Luis, with me, and she has been very instrumental in WBO success. Thank you, Justin. Always welcome. And you got Erno, who have been very good for WBO. Thank you.
Have we voted on the European approval?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was approved. Thank you, Mr. Valcárcel.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. La Vega.
I want to add something here that is extremely important for Jacinth and the history. To add to the history, there are a few people still, besides Mr. Salas and Jacinth, I think Jean Glenn, I think Rizzo was there in Venezuela, also 1988. But she was at the time one of the few women in boxing and fighting hard for boxing. And I can remember the convention in London.
Yes.
There was we had, WBO had some arguments before, and we had a big argument in London. And Jacinth is a survivor of a plane crash in 1970, where 26 people passed away, just outside of St. Croix, a flight from New York. She's a survivor, and we're going on, and she stopped the meeting in the middle. She just got up and says, "Listen here, gentlemen, I didn't go down in a plane crash and jumped on another plane to come all the way to London to hear you guys argue. Let's just settle this right here." And she sort of disrupted, but she was a small little giant in the mix. And she's still here with us at 92 years old and still going and making sure she wants to be here for next year too.
What a privilege. A big round of applause for Ms. La Vega.
Time to adjourn, Mr. President. We have to have lunch and time to adjourn.
There's a motion by founding President Batista Salas to adjourn for lunch, seconded by ex-President Francisco Valcárcel. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approve. Let's reconvene at 2 p.m. So happy lunch for all the members next to the Loma Museum. There's a designated area for all of us, the executive committee members, to have lunch. So enjoy your lunch. A los miembros del comité ejecutivo, el almuerzo es aquí, al costado del Museo de Lomachenko. Tenemos un área designada para nosotros para el almuerzo. Retomamos procedimiento a las 2 de la tarde. Gracias. the proceedings of the afternoon session. Before we start, we would kindly ask our secretary, Alberto Rodríguez Esquire, to proceed with the roll call for quorum. Vamos a solicitarle al distinguido compañero abogado, licenciado Alberto Rodríguez, secretario, que inicie el procedimiento de pase de lista para determinar si tenemos quórum. Adelante, señor secretario.
Yes, Mr. President, Gustavo Olivieri presente. Michael Pernick here.
Present.
Russell Mora. We have Enrique Mendoza.
Present.
Paco Valcárcel. Here. The founder, Batista Salas, is present. John Dugan is here. Erno La Vega. Joseph Lamboy. Horn is excused. Marion Palatin. Rafael López Santos. Gino Rodríguez. Rolando Marcos Hermoso, he's here, yeah, he's coming. Richard Equir. Jesuan Leticia. Suyoshi Yasukochi. Excuse me. John Handlar. Sergey Kursanov.
He's here.
Marcus Asiani. Coco, here. Leon. Thomas Puig. Justin Brian La Vega is here, madam. Diana, it's right around here. And Joe Hernandez.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum, Mr. President.
Gracias, señor secretario. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have quorum. We're going to continue with the regional reports. Now we're going to defer to our esteemed member, Marion Palatin from Austria, who is our WBO female coordinator. Welcome, Marion. Thanks for being here. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Good afternoon to President, esteemed members of the board. Before I move directly to the financial report, I would like to take a brief moment to highlight how women's boxing has evolved over the past few years. From London to New York, the rise of the women's division has been nothing short of remarkable. In 2022, the all-female event at the O2 Arena in London marked a turning point, proving that all women could sell out major venues and captivate millions of viewers. Only 3 years later, in 2025, the first all-women's card at Madison Square Garden streamed globally on Netflix, reaching nearly 6 million viewers worldwide. This journey from regional recognition to global spotlight shows how women's boxing has transferred from fighting for recognition to commanding international attention. Even here in our host city, Bogota, tomorrow's main event will highlight a women's match. Turning now to the financial report. For the period from September 1st, 2024 to August 31st, 2025, total income from women's bouts amounted to $181,359. In comparison to period of the previous year, September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2024, generated $105,828. This represents an increase of approximately 71%, highlighting the strong rebound and continued commercial growth of women's boxing within the WBO framework. From a geographical perspective, the landscape has shifted noticeably this year. North America emerged as the dominant stage for women's boxing with a higher concentration of major events and headline bouts. Europe maintained the steady presence, slightly below the previous year's levels, but still a vital market for title fights and promotional growth. In conclusion, women's boxing continues an upward trajectory financially, competitively, and globally. It no longer seeks to prove its value, it now defines it. That's all from my report. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Very good. It's important that the members take into consideration that, and this is something that our friend John Duggan has always encouraged that when we have female either regional championship fights or world title fights, we should strive through our relationships with the local commissions that the officials be women, to encourage women empowerment. In other words, that was my position when we had the last event of Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor. They had like 4, 5, 6 world title fights, all female, and all the supervisors were female, to keep encouraging them as under the theme of women empowerment. So Marion, great job as always, very professional. Thanks for being here. So keep up the good work. We want to give you more participation, Marion.
Okay.
Work with the ratings, with Jesuan, the female ratings, more collaboration, and more support from us to you, okay? So thanks for being here. A big round of applause for Marion.
Thank you.
Now we're going to our friend Beate Posky. Oh, before that, is there a motion to approve Marion's female report? There's a motion by founding President Batista Salas, seconded by former President Valcárcel. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Against? Approved. Thank you, Marion. Beate, welcome. Vamos a proceder con el reporte de Beate Posky, de WBO Intercontinental. She's going to project her presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay. So, well, let me just...
Please
Is it
proceed.
working?
There we go.
It's on? Okay. So, for those who don't know me, my name is Beate. I'm of the German Boxing Federation. And I've been a WBO supervisor and WBO chair for the intercontinental fights for 12 years now. And I would like to take the opportunity to make a short report. First of all, I would like to thank Luis Batista Salas and Gustavo Olivieri for their support. Thomas Pütz, my home president, for supporting me and for allowing me to, yes, Marcus as well.
That's for the record, for the record. Okay. It's very gracious of her. Thank you.
I do report to incredible Diana Melendez.
Yeah.
And a special thank goes out to my lifelong friend, I would say, to Paco, who's been supporting me from my first day in the boxing business, which was 30 years ago. Talking of 30 years ago, I would like to lead to the... You don't have to say your age. Don't say anywhere. She started as a child. As a child, yeah. So you can see the 30th anniversary we celebrated last year of the WBO Intercontinental title. So we had the first... I hope it works. Nope. Well, let's see. Okay. So
There we go.
the first WBO Intercontinental Championship in late December of 1994. The first Intercontinental champion was an Italian, Mauro Calvano. So always beware of the Italians, we all know. And we had an incredible number of 674 title fights during the last 30 years, which makes the Intercontinental male title the most contested regional titles of all. The WBO Intercontinental title is one of the 3 oldest regional titles of the WBO, together with the Latino and the North American Boxing Organization. So throughout the years, from day one to last year, we had a very strong and solid evolution. So you can see from this picture that we had incredible years, like 2007 with almost 40 fights in 1 year, and never less than 12 fights per year, which makes an average of a fight per month, which is a really good rate. So we are going to focus on the last 2 years. In 2024, we had a solid 25 title fights, which was far above average after all the COVID was going on, we really recovered. And this year we have had 17 title fights so far and still going on. So let's hope for a few more fights this year. So looking on the international outreach of the WO Intercontinental title, which is what the name was for, Intercontinental, you can see that from the 37 fights we had in 2004 and this year, we have covered, except for maybe Antarctica, all continents of the world. And with USA going very strong, 14 fights in total, but also be it China or Germany as well. So the Intercontinental really comes up to its name. So referring to activity and revenue overview, we had 25 fights in 2024. And this year, obviously, 17 fights makes 22 fights since the last convention. And you can see from the sanctioning fees collected last year, it was almost 100,000. And this year, although the year is has not come to an end yet, we're already reached 96,895.14. So since last convention, we have collected sanctioning fees of more than $120,000, which is really a good result. And so this is an overview of the current Intercontinental champions. We have, at this point, 11 Intercontinental champions, and I'm proud to say that two of them are German. Roman Fress, whose promoter is here as well, and Ardian Krasniqi. And you can see the title holders are already big names in their weight categories, so we can expect that we will have a few more world champions maybe coming out of the Intercontinental region. So this is also a sign that the Intercontinental is a threshold for big titles fights. There's a lot of former or current title holders who have become world champions of the WBO or even other federations like Artur Grigorian, Dariusz Michalczewski, Michał Loy, who recently deceased, unfortunately, and Vitaly Klitschko, who was a WBO Intercontinental champion at his time, Ricky Hatton, all have been Intercontinental champions. So at a glance, make it short, the Intercontinental old but gold is still going strong and still has a lot of value for upcoming fighters. 22 fights since last annual meeting show it's really active and it's popular, and it's really attractive for new boxers who want to reach higher goals. So the outlook would be continued engagement, reinforcing the title as a proving ground and stepping stone for future champions. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Beate. Very good. Thank you, Beate. A round of applause for Beate. Let me tell you, Beate, the Intercontinental title, you know, like belts matter. Look at Moses Itauma, the current #1 heavyweight in the world. He's the Intercontinental champion. So belts do matter. So thank you, Beate. So now I want to give the chance to our officials, Chairman Russell Mora, so he can address the members as to what are the contents of this year's seminars for judges and officials, so we can have Russell's input as to what are WBO officials subject on a yearly basis for continued education purposes and to enhance their
Mr.
skills.
President, we need to approve the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve Beate report? Seconded by Richard DeCure. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Thank you, Arno. Russell, please proceed.
Thank you, President Gustavo Oliveri, and thank you for your support and drive to provide education to the WBO officials. It's absolutely invaluable, your support. Our goal is to provide education and training to the officials, but we want the best. So we brought in the best trainers from the ABC, Steve Weisfeld and Jack Reese. Steve Weisfeld will conduct the judges seminar. In fact, as we're speaking, it's ongoing. And Jack Reese will conduct the referee seminar tomorrow. Both I have complete faith in. They're very good clinicians. I've gone a few times to check if they need anything, but they're doing very well. They're both going to present ABC certification classes, and those who successfully complete the certification will be ABC certified. Their method of teaching is to help educate the new and seasoned officials, because the day we stop learning is the day we stop growing. Safety of the boxers is the #1 priority for the seminars. The entire content is based on the safety of the fighters. It's important for the officials to understand that the referees have the life of the boxers in their hands, and the judges hold their livelihood. I'm very grateful to my predecessors, Gino and Mike, and to Paco for believing that I would retire and I would do this. And of course,
Russell,
Diana for all
excuse me,
her
Russell,
help.
call me Papa.
Okay.
He knows because we were golfing two rounds.
Yes. And to Diana, thank you for all your help throughout the year. And if there's anything that the referees teach, it's the art of becoming invisible. They have a big job to do, all while being invisible. And that's the subject or the main goal for the referees. And for the judges, get it right. It's important that they concentrate and get their decisions correctly. Lastly, thank you all board members for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Is there a motion to approve the officials chairman's report, Russell? There's a motion by Vice President Gino Rodriguez and seconded by Mike Pernick, International Commissioner. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Thank you, Russell. We're going to discuss NABO's report tomorrow, right, Rich? Tomorrow, correct? At the latest, yes, no problem. And the championship committee's report, as well as my presidential report in conjunction with the financial report. We're going to give a chance to two special guests. We'll start with Marina Shepard, our esteemed friend from BoxRec. Let's give her a round of applause. Ms. Shepard, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Give my best to your dear husband, John.
Thank you. Do you want me to come up or can
Yes,
I do it
please,
from here?
please.
Okay. You know me. First of all, I wanted to say that I cannot but recommend those official courses, and while it's never been my intention to step inside of the ring during the fight, I did take the courses, and I think you get a new appreciation for the work. I'm going to stand here because I don't really want to show my behind to anyone while I'm talking. Oh, here's my clicker. If you could get the presentation up as well, please. And second of all, I wanted to say, I was kind of hoping I was going after Beate, because I think we're overrepresented here as German-speaking females in the boxing world. There's only so few of us. So it is my great pleasure to be presenting to you today as the official WBO record keeper. So I think I know pretty much everyone in the room, but I just wanted to take a moment to tell you who we are. We have an ongoing legacy. We have been record keepers for 25 years now. We put the site up on the internet in May of 2000. So in terms of the internet, we're a little bit of a dinosaur. We have seen several eras of the internet. We have an unrivaled data collection with now over 3.3 million fights in our system, with thousands more entered every week. We are your respected partners in boxing. We work with 564 different commissions around the world, recognized as the official record keeper worldwide. And this number has been exploding because we have been adding other sports. We believe in innovation, so we're constantly improving Boxrec's functionality and the features based on user feedback and trends in the industry. That's why at the end of it you will see our email, and I do encourage you to contact us with any feedback that you may have. We've been growing nicely, so we've grown our logged-in people by 50%, so 31,000 people in the combat sports industry now have a login into the system. And 1,500 matchmakers are adding their programmed bouts directly into Boxrec. We have a human edit every 20 seconds. That's 3 edits per minute, or 4,381 edits per day, and 1.6 million per year. We work with a team of dedicated editors from around the world, and a few of them are here present. In 2024, 145 different countries had a recorded show in Boxrec across all the sports. So there was 2,200 in the United States and 1 in Iceland on the other side of the spectrum. We are committed to amateur boxing, and we ask the editors to focus on getting the history completed as soon as possible. So over the last year, we've entered over 100,000 amateur boxing bouts into the system. Now, 2025 has seen 4,069 professional boxing events taking place around the world. That means roughly every show has 6 bouts, so all in all there were 25,089 title bouts in 2025, and 57 of those were WBO World Championships. There are currently over 30,000 active boxers, and 2,500 of those are females. Super lightweight is the most active category. It has 2,712 boxers in it. Gustavo, I'm very happy about this slide. So in the last 12 months, Boxrec has had 0 disputes involving the WBO and their officials, the most transparent of all sanctioning bodies in the world that we deal with. Oh, the applause is for you, really. Yeah, for everyone. So just a little bit, I know you've heard a lot of stats already about the WBO, but mine are worldwide. So the World Boxing Organization currently has 1,341 male world title bouts and 377 female world title bouts in our system. The WBO has sanctioned the most world title bouts in the super middleweight division for the men, with 87 world title bouts. And isn't this amazing? 22 of those is Joy Calzaghe. And in the welterweight division for the women, with 33 world title bouts. So these show the world title bout development versus the year. I do have the numbers here somewhere. But you can see a very nice growth. So yeah, 123 in 2020 and 258 in 2024. And this year is still ongoing. So currently we list 5,698 title bouts, and the most title bouts are World, Intercontinental, Latino, NABO, and Asia Pacific. So world title bouts we have 1,718. 674 for Intercontinental, and so on. So we're here in the beautiful Bogota. I hope some of you've already had the chance to go outside and see the Candelaria and other areas of interest. And I've also, apart from enjoying Bogota, I've also been speaking to the Colombian Federation a bit, and we'll have a meeting with all the commissioners at 4 o'clock. So we recognize the Federación Colombiana de Boxeo for professional boxing and work together to record and report professional boxing matches in the country. We've recorded 475 different Colombian national title bouts dating back to 1921. In addition, we've now started also to collect the amateur bouts here and working hard to get the history up to date. There have been over 50 men and women who have held major world championships that are Colombian heritage. The longest reigning male Colombian world champion was Antonio Cervantes, with roughly 7 years, reigning twice as a light welterweight champion, and the longest reigning Colombian female world champion was Liliana Palmera. And like you said, tomorrow the main bout will be by Laura Wollman, and Rodrigo Valdez is also a very well-known Colombian fighter. Now, what have we been doing? As I was saying before, we've started to add other sports because really, to protect the fighter, one has to know his or her complete history so that he doesn't fight in professional boxing 1 week and then in bare knuckle boxing the next week. So with the addition of new combat sports, we work to track fighters and suspension for other sports, with crossover now being more common than ever, and we are the officially recognized record keeper for boxing, bare knuckle, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Toughman, Khmer, that's going to be next week or the week after, hybrid boxing, Hell King Boxing Kings from Coco's country, Misfit Boxing, and Ice Wars. Who would have thought? Now, we changed in the last 12 months the way we record the ranking, and we've added the People's Pound for Pound ranking. We continue to see growing usage of users voting weekly in our People's Pound for Pound, with a record number of voters after Crawford versus Canelo fight weekend. While our divisional rankings are done by computer algorithm, the pound for pound concept is purely opinion-based and is in the hands of our users. Just one slide about the scoring that we have, and it's a very nice tool as well for the officials to train themselves or just keep active. So we allow fans as well as those in the industry to enter their own scores for any boxing match that has occurred. In addition to the 10-point must system, we have utilized the Ford scoring method, which allows users to note if a round was close, moderate, or decisive. Users can share scores on social media, and we capture an average score based on the data that is inputted. But it is very important to know that we do not publish your score. So if you enter your score, only you can see your own scores. All we publish from the non-official scores are the averages. I also wanted to put one slide in about the subscriptions, because only very few people only understand the full potential of what you can do with BoxRec. So we now let fighters appropriate their own page so that they can take away the ads, but put their own photo in as long as it meets the requirements and it's the face. They can put in a range of weight that they want to fight at, because most of the emails I get is about changing the weight class and changing the photos. So we thought we give the boxer the ability to do that himself if he wants to. We also added the trainers and the timekeepers, and we have a subscription for trainers with having the focus more on the amateur boxing. We wanted to include the gyms as well. There we go. Thank you very much for your attention.
As always, flawless, Marina. Thank you. I have one question, Marina. It's certainly you are aware that there is a proposed federal bill, bipartisan bill presented in the U.S. Federal Congress, which pretends to amend the current legal framework that regulates professional boxing in America, the Indian reservations, and the territories, called the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act. This bill is called the Muhammad Ali Revival Act. And this proposed bill, bipartisan, pretends to create a parallel structure that will not operate under the current legal framework. If that bill passes, would BoxRec be considering recognizing that new belt under the Unified Boxing Organization structure, called potentially the SUFA belt? What is BoxRec's position, if any?
So we pride ourselves in working with everyone in the industry and trying to stay neutral. However, I have thought a lot about the bill and about the consequences for the fighters and about the consequences for the industry in itself. And I've come to the conclusion that I think that we will still be here next year and that we will be doing well next year. But to be honest with you, I've never considered whether or not we're going to put this title in. Nobody has made, I mean, the bill isn't passed, and nobody has questions us about it, so I would have to consider it when it comes to it.
It's not right, the issue. Okay, tomorrow, for all those present and the executive committee members, we're going to have once we finish all of our reports, we're going to have our legal advisor, Andrew Horn-Moley, and John Wirt, another legal advisor for the WBO, and we're going to discuss this critical topic thoroughly so we can have all the inputs from federation members, lawyers, promoters, fighters, managers, our respective members, because this is very critical topic to be discussed, analyzed, and carefully strategized as to what will the WBO, at least from our perspective, proceed going forward. So, okay, Marina, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will be there tomorrow and listen to everything and take it in for sure.
Thank you. Go ahead. First Vice President John Duggan.
You had some statistics. How many total boxers are currently competing in the world?
28 something.
It was 2,500 females and 30,000 altogether are active boxers.
So 32,000.
No, 30,000 and a few altogether, 2,500 of which were women. So 28,000 and a few men.
30,000 total.
30,000 and a little bit.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Now we're going to give the chance to make a presentation to our friend from Ukraine, Alina. Welcome. A big round of applause to Alina.
Thank you so much
It's our
for
pleasure.
giving me the chance to talk on this great stage to the world boxing community. You know, my presentation, my words are about the power of boxing. The power of boxing in the darkness times and about humanity. Would you be so kind to switch on the presentation?
Favor proyectar la presentación de la dama. Can we project her presentation, her PowerPoint? Can we project it on the main screen? Take a minute. Take your time. No. Take your time. Please. Bless you. Vamos a proyectar la presentación de Alina en breve. Estamos resolviendo un asunto técnico. Pero Alina es de Ucrania y está bien feliz de estar aquí, ya que tenemos el Museo de Lomachenko proyectando toda la memorabilia de su trayectoria amateur y profesional bajo el manto de la Organización Mundial de Boxeo, con visuales, algo sin precedente que esperemos que le guste. Yo sé que ella principalmente está aquí por ese motivo y para exponer también su posición referente a un programa en Ucrania. Y tomamos eso como pie forzado para que una vez ya concluya, nuestro estimado primer vicepresidente John Duggan le exponga a los miembros sobre el análisis que hicimos sobre si debemos avalar peleas en Rusia como consecuencia del conflicto bélico con Ucrania. Así que ese tema ahora tenemos el pie forzado una vez Alina concluya con su presentación para que John nos pueda ilustrar sobre eso. John, I was saying that Alina's here. She's going to be presenting, she's going to be showcasing her presentation related with Ukraine, obviously. And once she concludes her presentation, John, you can chime in as to what will be the WBO's position going forward as to whether we will keep either we will sanction or not sanction fights in Russia in light of the current war issue with Ukraine. So Alina, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more time. I would like you to present the veteran boxing. First, for now in Ukraine, boxing is not like a kind of sport. It's not like a kind of competition. It's a tablet to recover, and tablet to recover for our defenders. First, it was like an idea in the Passion Room when I visited the military hospital, our wounded soldiers, and I told them about boxing, about our heroes in boxing, Lomachenko, Klitschko, Usyk. I told him the funny story, to the soldiers. And they asked me, Alina, when we will be able to go to the boxing gym? Is it okay for us to train in boxing gym? Of course, I said yes. It's very great idea to go in your new life when you lost your legs, your hands, and you can be in the boxing gym. You can try to train, and you will recover as well. They train right now in the boxing gyms. And one day they called me and asked we would like to compete. First, for me, it was like a crazy idea, but I decided, me and my colleagues, Ukrainian promoters, Ukrainian managers, officials, we decided to try to compete. And now, during the majority of the boxing events, we have one or two or three veterans fights. So, symbolism and purpose. Veterans boxing competition are a symbol of reigning strength, recognition, and support. Physical and mental recovery. Our boxing, you understand me now, our boxing can be a very method of recovering after when your life was broken on the front, when you defended our land, our country. And boxing helps our soldiers restore control over their bodies and rebuild self-confidence, as it provides not only physical rehabilitation but also mental healing. Breaking stereotypes. Our heroes are not broken. They live actively and purposefully. Boxing proves that they are still ready to fight. This time their battlefield is ring. Power spirit. Through systemic training, our veterans return to the life with the strength and passion. They demonstrate resilience, purpose, and the will to win. Inspiring the next generation, because both of the veterans inspire yours by showing strength, endurance, and energy. Their preparation and performances prove that goals are achievable, even with physical loss. Boxing helps veterans to overcome post-traumatic stress. It rebuilds fear in themselves and restores their sense of purpose. Ukrainian heroes prove in every round that they can fight, they can win, and they can triumph. By the way, yesterday Usyk was in a military hospital to support our soldiers. So, thank you so much for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Alina, thank you. Thank you, Alina. Very moving presentation, and I think the WBO fully supports Ukraine. And we have distinguished representatives like Yustik, and we're honoring this year's convention one of the all-time greats, Loma. He's going to be coming later today, so thank you for your presentation. A big round of applause for Alina and for the people of Ukraine. John, First Vice President John Duggan. John, can you report to our members and the general public as to what will be the WBO's position going forward after an assessment of the current situation between Russia, Ukraine, et cetera, and as to whether we will sanction fights and...
Would you also want me to present the draft resolution?
Please proceed, yes.
So
please.
last year at this time, we tasked an ad hoc committee to investigate what our responsibilities are under international law and what conduct we could take that could best contribute towards influencing a peaceful resolution of the hostilities between Russia and Ukraine. We studied the various bilateral and multilateral treaties that each of the parties had engaged in. We requested feedback and information from all the major think tanks in the United States, the various State departments, the Catholic Church, the China World Peace Foundation, all of the thought leaders who might have prospectus to us that could help us with guidance on what position we should advocate. This came at the request of our Russian Commission, which is a member in good standings of the WBO, which requested that we change our policy, which is that no WBO championship contests can be sanctioned in Russia so long as it is unsafe due to the hostilities to sanction WBO championship contests in Ukraine. So we considered that very seriously, spent a great deal of time, and used every resource we could think of to come up with a fair and a reasonable decision and a recommendation to our executive board. So if I can summarize the facts that we kind of concluded and recommend to the executive board from our ad hoc committee, and that is that we find that both the Russian Commission and the Ukraine Commission were and remain WBO members in good and equal standing. We find that all Ukrainian and Russian rated boxers were and remain WBO participants in good and equal standing. And when I use the term WBO participants, I'm referring to that term as it is defined in our World Championship rules. We find that all Ukrainian and Russian WBO participants were and remain eligible to participate in WBO championship contests outside of Ukraine and Russia. We find that the hostilities currently being conducted in Ukraine causes the WBO to conclude that WBO championship contests cannot be safely conducted in Ukraine at this time due to those hostilities. So those are the conclusions of fact that the committee had. Does anybody have any comments, questions, suggestions, or request any discussion of those conclusions?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
It's not really a matter for me of security. It's a matter of fairness.
Yes.
You know, that's the way I think we can promote peace, okay? That's like sanctions, you know, economical sanctions. This is like a sanction because we want to promote peace, because it's not a matter of Russian people. We love Russian people. We love Ukrainian people. The problem is the leaders, you know. That's the problem. And for the matter of fairness, I think we should support Ukraine.
Okay, anybody else with any comments? I know this is an emotional issue, and we all have friends and colleagues on both sides of this that are nationals of both of these countries. They're both respected and esteemed WBO participants. But we are faced with the situation, and we have to take a position. So if there's no further comments, can I recommend to you what our committee has recommended as the resolution in response to the Russian Commission's request that we permit sanctioning of WBO contests in Russia. And so our conclusion is, and I move that we adopt this conclusion, and after I complete it, I would like somebody to consider if they would be willing to second this resolution. And I move that to maintain the good and equal status of the Ukrainian Boxing Commission and the WBO and Ukrainian WBO participants and the Russian Boxing Commission and the Russian Boxing Commission and Russian WBO participants, that until such time as the state of hostilities between Russia and Ukraine permit WBO championship contests to be safely conducted in Ukraine, no WBO championships shall be sanctioned to be conducted in Russia. And the WBO encourages the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and the world to find a way to restore peace in Ukraine.
There's a motion by the first Vice President John Duggan,
Second.
and the motion is second by Vice President North America Ritchie. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? John, thank you very much for your hard work. Let's give a round of applause for John Duggan, our first Vice President, who took a lot of time in assessing this situation. Go ahead, John.
I'd make a second motion, and that's that we retain the ad hoc committee to adapt to changes in the future.
There's another motion by First Vice President John Duggan to keep the ad hoc commission for further assessment. Is there a motion to second? Second by International Commissioner Mike Pernick. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. A lot of reading and studying the legal framework in international law, John. Thank you very much. Now let's do the report of in the absence of our treasurer, Adolfo Flores, due to a medical situation. We're gonna resort to our external CPA, Jaime Cebollero, for the financial report. Ante la ausencia de nuestro tesorero, Adolfo Flores, que por razón médica no pudo personarse a la convención, vamos a delegar a nuestro CPA externo, el señor Jaime Cebollero, para el informe financiero. Adelante, CPA Cebollero. Bienvenido.
Sí, buenas tardes, señor presidente. A continuación le demostraré o les hablaré sobre los datos más relevantes para el cierre del año fiscal terminado en agosto 31 del 2025. La WBO ha reflejado para el año terminado en el agosto 31 del 2025 unos ingresos totales de $3.313.255, siendo esto la mayor cantidad de ingresos para la organización y rompiendo o rebasando la cantidad de los 3 millones. Así que, sin duda alguna, es lo que podemos decir, ¿verdad? El all-time high o los ingresos más altos que ha tenido el organismo para un año fiscal. Así que definitivamente pues fue un buen año para la WBO en términos de los ingresos generados. De la misma manera, reflejó una ganancia de $529.718 para dicho año. No debemos olvidar, que el organismo, siendo una institución sin fines lucrativos, pues se mantiene en la aportación de la caridad, haciendo donaciones, y aumentó sus donaciones para el año fiscal de $169.265 a $238.745. Así que vemos el organismo con un compromiso en el área caritativa, habiendo donado para el año $238.745. La ganancia para el año, como les dije, fue $529.718. Esa ganancia generada, pues, ayudó entonces a que el organismo pues aumentara el efectivo equivalente para un total de $3.922.125 para al 31 de agosto del 2025. Así que tanto vemos, se me olvidó mencionarle que la cantidad de aumento de los ingresos entre el 2024 y el 2025 fueron para un total de $1.270.428. Volviendo al estado de situación, nos encontramos que la WBO al cierre del año fiscal tenía 3.922.125. De esa cantidad, pues está disponible en su totalidad, ya que no hay dinero que se deba en la cuenta de plica o escrow account. La WBO, al igual que lleva continuamente sin deuda en su estado financiero, simplemente las deudas que mantiene pues son deudas corrientes con sus suplidores y otras personas que dan servicio y los cargos de nómina. Así que del total de deudas reflejadas de $365,000, prácticamente $300,000 son estimados que ha hecho la organización para reflejar posibles deudas en el próximo año fiscal. En comentarios generales, como ustedes conocerán, la WBO es la empresa matriz o la entidad matriz. Sus afiliadas, como han mencionado los vicepresidentes de las regionales, de la NABO y la Intercontinental, han tenido un aumento también significativo, lo que ha logrado reflejar que al cierre del 831 el organismo tuviese cerca de $5 millones entre la WBO y sus afiliadas, entiéndase la Intercontinental y la NABO. Sin embargo, como acaba de mencionar el presidente, es un área que hay una posibilidad de que se pase una enmienda a la mohamedalidad. Así que WBO pues tiene un reto fuera del ring, porque si lo pudiéramos decir de esa manera, tiene sus mayores retos. Así que existe la posibilidad, pero no podemos predecir sobre eso, no vamos a argumentar, pero tiene un reto muy grande si pueda mantener sus ingresos en aumento o si pueda inclusive mantener sus ingresos actuales. Esa área, pues, entiendo que el señor John Dugan, en colaboración con el asesor legal, el señor Andrew Hunt, estarán discutiendo próximamente en el día de mañana, según mencionará nuestro presidente, el señor Gustavo Lideri. Así que eso en resumen, señalando los aspectos más relevantes, son los reportes de tesorería, pues más bien del estado financiero. El área que pudiese mejorar, pues el área de los cobros. Hemos visto un incremento de las cuentas por cobrar, especialmente en la Intercontinental. Muchas gracias y cualquier pregunta, pues, estamos a su orden.
Sí, señor presidente, tengo una pregunta.
Adelante, presidente fundador Luis Batista Sala.
En su presentación, usted dice primero la ganancia que tiene la WBO, después nos habla de la participación de la WBO necesariamente participaria por ley con respecto a las donaciones públicas que hace por ser una corporación sin fines pecuniarios. Y después nos dice las ganancias que hemos tenido en las afiliadas. Le pregunto si la participación pública que tenemos es de la ganancia total, incluyendo las afiliadas, o es exclusivamente la WBO.
No, señor Luis Batista, la ganancia que le presente es solamente de la WBO.
Por eso, pero para efectos, y le pregunto, para efectos contables,
contributivo
y auditivos y de income tax,
Okay.
las ganancias de las afiliadas van a la WBO porque pertenecen a la WBO y deben ser consideradas para esos efectos.
No, señor, el señor Luis Batista, debemos recordar que el estado financiero de la WBO es un estado ¿verdad? Separado. La razón para eso es porque no se han presentado los estados consolidados, es que el cierre, el año fiscal de la WBO es agosto 31 y el cierre de la North American y la Intercontinental es al 31 de diciembre. Así que es inapropiado, no se debe, ¿verdad? Consolidar esos estados por la diferencia de los años fiscales y por la naturaleza o por el tipo de entidad. Entiéndase que la WBO es un non-profit organization y la NABO y la Intercontinental pues están registradas como organizaciones for profit, aunque su dueño pues es la WBO. No sé si eso pueda contestar su pregunta.
Cebollero, déjame aclarar esa parte, Luis, si me permite.
Adelante.
Adelante.
Licenciado Valcárcel.
Señor presidente, me permite.
Sí, cómo no, adelante.
Cuando nosotros tuvimos un issue que el licenciado Cuevas participó sobre la cuestión de la naturaleza corporativa de la Organización Mundial de Boxeo, el Departamento de Hacienda de Puerto Rico, como había mucha necesidad económica, estaba tratando de evitar corporaciones sin fines de lucro porque no rendían planilla. A pesar de que lo que nosotros hacemos en la OMB está 100% en concordancia con la legislación para organizaciones sin fines de lucro. Estuvimos batallando muchísimo en el Departamento de Hacienda de Puerto Rico, donde estamos inscritos, y finalmente conseguimos que la OMB, que el WBO se aceptara o se le aprobara como una entidad sin fines de lucro. Y rendimos las planillas que había que rendir y todo eso. Pero también había unas organizaciones que teníamos para los títulos regionales, que, by the way, el notario público fue Batista Salas, que se inscribieron en aquel momento profit, porque todavía no teníamos a la Organización Mundial de Boxeo, se le estaba tratando como si fuera con fines de lucro, por el Departamento del Tesoro de Hacienda de Puerto Rico. Entonces, por esa razón, se mantuvo, a pesar de que la OMB es la dueña de las regionales, que son dos corporaciones, una es NABO y la otra es W Intercontinental, donde están todos los títulos regionales que ustedes vieron ahí, excepto el de NABO. Por esa razón se inscriben con fines de lucro. La idea es, y en algún momento lo debemos considerar aquí, es cambiar la naturaleza de las regionales para que también sean non-profit. Y eso es algo que debemos considerar en un futuro cercano. Ya Luis y yo, y Gustavo como presidente y Luis y yo como parte del grupo que hablamos, asesores, hemos hablado de ese tema, de que ya debemos ir considerando cómo cambiar las organizaciones con fines de lucro, que son la NABO y la W Intercontinental, a organizaciones sin fines de lucro. Por esa razón es que los presupuestos y las planillas se rinden diferentes.
Correcto.
Y se deben seguir rindiendo diferentes hasta que la situación con las regionales cambie. No sé si eso ayuda al compañero Batista Sala.
Sí, eso aclara bastante el punto. Aclaro bastante el punto. El problema es que yo estoy en este momento pensando como piensan los auditores allá en Hacienda. Y la necesidad que hay en este momento es la misma que teníamos cuando el proceso de la reclamación de Hacienda. No hay dinero, ni en Puerto Rico ni en el mundo entero, para hacer obras. Así que ya nosotros aparecemos en una lista de que tuvimos unas confrontaciones con esa y me temo que vayamos a caer en el mismo error. Por eso pregunto. Para corregir lo que haya que corregir a la brevedad posible.
Sí, señor presidente.
Señor secretario.
A lo que indica. Ahora.
Sí.
Bien, a lo que indica Batista Sala, la pregunta que le haríamos a él es si que los estados, o sea, los estados no lo prepara el auditor externo, los estados lo prepara la gerencia. El auditor externo lo que no, en su estado auditado lo que indica es que viendo la información de la gerencia, entiende que cumple con las leyes de contabilidad de Puerto Rico, ¿correcto, Cebollero?
Sí, bueno, realmente no tenemos una ley de contabilidad como tal de Puerto Rico, usamos los mismos principios contables de Estados Unidos.
Y entonces, que la preocupación de Luis Batista con lo que el incidente que hubo antes que dijo Paco es si en este momento, que verdaderamente no es ganancia, porque los sin fines de lucro no tienen ganancia, they don't have profits, lo que tienen es sobrante. Si el sobrante, basado en las donaciones que estamos haciendo, cumpliría con los estándares de un non-profit.
Bueno, no hay nada en el código que te indique la cantidad de donaciones que deba hacer un organismo.
Pero el dinero que se gasta, perdóneme.
No, adelante,
puedo
adelante.
dirigirme.
Adelante.
Pero
con
el
mucho
dinero
gusto.
que se gasta en una convención, que es mucho, o sea, los gastos más grandes son los gastos de la convención.
Sí.
El dinero que se gasta en una convención para educar y utilizar esa parte corporativa, de la función educativa del non-profit, es parte del dinero que nosotros estamos gastando como non-profit. O sea, se puede ir al principio de la razonabilidad. ¿Cuán razonable es que una organización sin fines de lucro gaste X cantidad de dinero? Pero a esa cantidad de dinero que estamos gastando, que son 300 y pico de mil dólares, si tú mencionaste, Cebollero.
¿En gasto de convención?
No, en lo que se gastó en
donaciones.
Donaciones
para el año. No, para
los gimnasios que estamos reparando alrededor del mundo, las donaciones que hacemos, las becas.
Las donaciones para el año fiscal fueron $238,745.
Ok, a eso hay que añadirle el gasto de la convención, porque la convención después de todo se utiliza para educar. O sea, los oficiales vienen, toman seminarios, nosotros nos educamos cómo hacer el deporte más seguro, nos vamos educando. Y eso es parte yo entiendo que es parte como la parte de la donación, de la aportación que hace la entidad sin fines de lucro por su función corporativa, lo que nos exige la ley en Puerto Rico.
Bueno, será otra manera de mirarlo, Paco.
No,
pero
es que ya lo discutimos cuando Cueva no está aquí, pero cuando estábamos viendo el caso en el Departamento de Hacienda, eso fue un issue que se discutió. O sea, la parte educativa, si eso era parte de lo que, como se considera como una donación. O sea,
íntimamente relacionado,
para hacer
seguro.
cumplir el propósito corporativo de non-profit, de educar en cuanto a deportes y todas estas cosas, la seguridad en el boxeo, el deporte y todas esas cosas, los niños, cómo se educan a través del boxeo, los oficiales, cómo se educan para que las peleas resulten correctas y entonces sean atractivas para la niñez que practique el deporte y todas esas cosas. Eso lo discutimos en el Departamento de Hacienda, porque yo era el presidente y participé no solamente como el testigo que declaró, sino como parte con Cueva Segarra de la representación legal. O sea que, y yo sé que tú no eres abogado, ¿verdad? Pero
claro.
Como estamos utilizando el principio de razonabilidad para las aportaciones que tenemos que hacer, porque no podemos nosotros, como organización sin fines de lucro, acumular 4 o 5 millones de dólares y dejarlos ahí. No. Tenemos que cumplir el propósito corporativo. Claro, debemos tener una reserva que también se discutió en el Departamento de Hacienda de Puerto Rico para esa reserva, pues, ¿por qué? Pues porque puede venir un huracán, puede venir un terremoto, el boxeo se puede acabar por 2 años, lo que sea, y nosotros tenemos que seguir cumpliendo y tenemos que hacer unas convenciones todos los años. Y por eso te digo que esa parte, el gasto en la que nosotros incurrimos en una convención, por ejemplo, como esta, que es una convención cara, pues eso es parte del dinero que tiene que gastar la corporación sin fines de lucro para hacer cumplir sus propósitos.
Sí,
bueno, señor presidente, yo entiendo que aquí no vamos a poder definir ese proceso por lo que hemos oído del contable, que hay cosa diferente, pero entiendo que debemos mirar eso con cuidado, nada más, y lo estoy hablando de experiencia propia, con unas personas que conozco muy bien, que en este momento están en ese problema y están revisando toda su planilla. Creo que debemos pedir que tanto el contable como los asesores legales nos sometieran un estudio de esa situación y podamos definir qué es lo que cuál es el camino que debemos seguir para no equivocarnos nuevamente y que tengamos otro problema con Hacienda.
Sí, estaremos entonces sometiendo ante su petición, señor Luis Batista, la evaluación de las ganancias acumuladas y las donaciones para determinar si existe la posibilidad de que se establezca un porcentaje para las donaciones. Le quiero recordar ante su preocupación que hace aproximadamente, Paco, tú estabas en la presidencia, creo que fue algunos 3 años, pues estuvimos, la organización pues tuvo una auditoría del Departamento de Hacienda de Puerto Rico, fue un escogido al azar, según se nos informó, y el organismo pues no tuvo que pagar absolutamente nada, así que desde ese punto de vista pues podemos llegar a la conclusión, ¿verdad?, que desde ese momento pues todo se hizo de acuerdo a las leyes contributivas de Puerto Rico y el departamento pues no emitió ninguna deficiencia y por el contrario pues todo se cerró y el organismo pues quedó muy bien parado ante las agencias fiscalizadoras.
¿Alguna duda o pregunta con relación al informe del tesorero? Any questions, concerns, doubts, comments, remarks?
Señor presidente, solamente reiterar y...
Adelante, señor secretario.
Solamente va a reiterar lo que él dijo, que el informe preparado por la gerencia cumple con GAP, o sea que no tiene ningún tipo de señalamiento de su parte. Eso es lo importante.
¿Tenemos alguna moción para aprobar el informe?
Sí, que se apruebe el informe, se reciba y se apruebe.
Before that, I have a question.
Please, Mr. Vice President.
I was concerned about the notation that we have cash exceeding FDIC limits of $3,672,000. Have we approached our bank? Is Banco Popular our repository?
Yes, Banco
Yeah.
Popular.
No, that's fine, but they're very strong, and that's true, but they could get FDIC insurance for us up to the entire limit of our account, and they could also pledge securities they own to secure our account. Have we had any discussions with them about that?
Let me see. Are you saying that, well, actually, John, there's an administrative issue for the organization. For what I understand, you're asking if the organization can raise the coverage
The bank can.
in
The bank
excess
can
of
buy
$250,000. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes. The bank can buy FDIC insurance up to the amount of the account.
Let me tell you, John, Banco Popular in USA is one of the
Oh, I know that.
yeah,
I know that.
very worth,
But it's not expensive, and there's no reason why we should even think about the
Okay.
have that
That-
number. Okay.
Paco, Gustavo, that probably
Okay,
like
we'll
to take
talk
into
about that at the
consideration
executive
your
committee. Okay.
concern.
Thank you. You raised the concern, and
Señor
you noted
Presidente.
it as is appropriate for you to do so,
Okay.
and so I thought we should react to that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Señor Batista Sala, presidente fundador.
Como dije anteriormente, este es un problema técnico especial que debemos estudiar con mucho cuidado. Por lo tanto, yo recomiendo que se nombre un comité para que podamos dilucidar los issues o las preocupaciones que hay. No son issues, son preocupaciones, para que no caigamos en ninguna violación de ley. Y no es que estemos haciendo nada malo, estamos haciendo las cosas bien, pero es que el que nos mira de afuera y el que tiene que supervisar y el que necesita, siempre tiene sus propias reglas. Y para poder estar de acuerdo con lo que ellos nos miran y ya nos reclamaron en una ocasión, pues creo que se debe nombrar un comité que estudie eso y nos someta un resumen y una recomendación final, y así no tenemos que seguir discutiendo el issue aquí hoy.
Hay una enmienda a la moción de Batista para que se le dé la facultad al presidente de nombrar los miembros que él entienda que...
Claro que sí.
There's a motion filed by, submitted by
I second that motion.
Founding President Batista Sala to convene a committee and designated by the President to attend this matter, seconded by Vice President Gino Rodriguez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approve. Also, we have to approve the treasurer's report. Do we have a motion to that end?
I move we approve the treasurer's report.
Okay.
There's a motion by Vice
Second by me, yeah.
First Vice President John Duggan to approve the treasurer's report, and seconded by ex-President Senior Advisor Paco Valcárcel. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approved. Thank you, Cebollero.
Señor presidente, me permite hacer
Adelante.
una moción. Es moción y no es moción. En el pasado, yo creo que el año pasado, o 2 años atrás, aprobamos una ayuda extra al International Boxing Hall of Fame para reparar el techo, porque cuando nosotros fuimos, y nosotros estamos muy ligados al International Boxing Hall of Fame, porque el International Boxing Hall of Fame preserva el legado del boxeo y de los boxeadores. A veces estamos de acuerdo con sus elecciones, a veces no, pero ellos hacen un trabajo que es importante para el deporte del boxeo a nivel mundial. Y nosotros habíamos aprobado una moción que era bastante general sobre el costo de la reparación del techo. Nosotros hemos estado en discusión con el señor Ed Brophy, que se supone que esté ya aquí en Bogotá, para ayudarlo con esa reconstrucción. Nosotros encomendamos al compañero Joe Hernández, que es un experto del gobierno de la Florida y de las compañías de seguro, para que hiciera la inspección y nos recomendara. Y él estuvo allá en el International Boxing Hall of Fame, allá en Canastota, se inspeccionó. Ellos hicieron un pedido y contrataron unas personas, se comunicaron con Joe estuvo de acuerdo, y entonces el costo de reparación iban a ser $40,000. Aunque nosotros habíamos aprobado la moción de que se iba a ayudar con la reconstrucción, pues el costo de la reconstrucción eran $40,000, que yo entiendo que debemos aprobar una moción específica para que nosotros podamos, el comité apruebe, de que se pueda contribuir con el International Boxing Hall of Fame para arreglar el techo, porque se estaba colando el agua en todas partes, en el museo y en el área donde ellos hacen las actividades allá en Canastota. Pero antes de que yo presente la moción y se vote sobre ella, me gustaría que, como está Joe aquí con nosotros, que Joe nos pueda añadir sobre ese asunto, Joe.
Sí, señor. Básicamente fuimos allá a Canastota, estaba el señor Lamboy, Michael Pernick, usted, Paco, y yo.
Y el presidente.
Y el presidente, estuvimos ahí todos presentes, evaluando, dándole valor a las fugas de agua que tenían, que eran como 13 fugas de agua bastante grandes. Fuimos mirando los contratos que estaba pidiendo el señor El Brophy, yo mirándolo, aprobando, pidiendo ajustes en las cosas que tenían que cambiar en el contrato. En eso hablé muchas veces con el señor Paco Valcárcel y Gustavo Olivere, explicándole los cambios, las cosas que estábamos haciendo para que fuera un éxito. Y sí, bajamos el precio de las cosas que no me sentía que hacían falta, con las discusiones con el señor Paco Valcárcel y con nuestro presidente, y ha sido un éxito lo que están haciendo. Se va a terminar ya para fin de esta semana, la semana que viene. Yo estoy mirando las fotos, las aprobaciones de las cosas, dando mis recomendaciones, y todo va marchando muy bien. El señor Paco Valcárcel y Batista Sala y nuestro presidente Gustavo Olivera.
If I may address the members, I think that considering the historical legacy that the International Boxing Hall of Fame represents, I think it's paramount that we consider this motion presented by former President Paco Valcárcel to enhance the facility, which gives it prestige, distinction, recognition, and in exchange for such donation, the WBO will have a specific setup of memorabilia and items historic since our inception in 1988. considero que la moción del licenciado Francisco Valcárcel, expresidente, es meritoria, tomando en consideración el legado histórico de lo que representa el Museo Internacional del Boxeo. Claro, hay que preservar la custodia de esos artículos históricos. Allí hay artículos de la Organización Mundial de Boxeo. Y van a haber mucho más. Hemos condicionado, las discusiones que hemos tenido con el señor Brophy es que la asistencia tiene que tener algún tipo de contraprestación o beneficio para la Organización Mundial, y en este caso sería, me parece que lo apropiado, y que el comité así lo entienda procedente y emita su voto, es que la ayuda esté condicionada a que se nos permita crear un escenario, un espacio amplio, donde la OMB tenga una presencia como el organismo principal en ese museo, con artículos históricos de nuestra institución. Así que me parece muy meritoria la moción. Así que, licenciado Valcárcel.
Yo presento la moción para que se contribuya con el costo de reparación del techo del International Boxing Hall of Fame, del museo y las áreas que ellos tienen allí en Canastota.
There's a motion presented by the former President Paco Valcárcel as to the donation for the roofing of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, and seconded by International Commissioner Mike Pernick. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Approve. One last issue before we adjourn, because we have Lomachenko here, that we would like all the members to come and share with him the museum, is to allow the president to make an assessment with our CPA and legal advisor as to whether we can consider implementing, going forward, other sources of income not dependent on boxing fights. As everyone knows, our only source of income today is sanctioning fights. You have seen, not only in this convention, we started last year's convention, implementing, incidental to the convention, a WBO merch store. My petition for the members is to allow me to do a responsible legal assessment from a IRS standpoint, and also from the legal framework, whether we can officially create a WBO merch store to have other sources of income not depending on fights, and those sources be reinvested in our social mission, which is nonprofit purposes, charity, etc.
Mr. President, do you need a motion for that?
If you may.
Yes, I'll motion that your idea, your concept will be accepted. I motion that.
There's a motion by Vice President Gino Rodriguez to consider preparing an assessment from a legal and financial standpoint as to whether the WBO can create, organize, develop, and enhance, and put in practice the merch store to create other sources of income not dependent on boxing. Is there a motion seconding? Second by Richard DeCure and Russell Mora. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Nobody. Approve. So now we're going to adjourn to share a special moment with Lomachenko, who's right here, so we can showcase him a special custom-made museum for him. So is there a motion to adjourn proceedings until tomorrow 9 a.m.? There's a motion presented by Valcárcel and seconded by Founding President Batista Salas. All in favor to adjourn say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Adjourn. Tomorrow.
What time?
Tomorrow we start proceedings at 9 a.m. We start with NABO reports, Championship Committee reports, the presidential report, and the most important topic of this year's convention, the discussion of the amendment of the Ali Act. So we're expecting full house. We're going to have John Wirt as a legal advisor in conjunction with our Rural Counsel, Andrew Horn. So we start 9 a.m. sharp. And tonight we have another cocktail gathering at 8 p.m. at Cumbia House. We're going to have the shuttles departing from 7 p.m. from the lobby of the House Hotel. Todos los miembros, mañana comenzamos procedimiento a las 9 de la mañana. Continuamos con los reportes de Norteamérica por conducto de Richard DeCure, el reporte del Comité Campeonato por conducto del licenciado Batista Sala junto al licenciado Mendoza, vicedirector, mi reporte presidencial, y para concluir que el tema neurálgico de esta convención es una discusión profunda y responsable sobre lo que representa el proyecto de ley que pretende enmendar la ley Ali federal en los Estados Unidos, los territorios y la reserva indígena, Vamos a tener a Andrew Horn, nuestro asesor principal remoto, y a John Ward, un experto en derecho de boxeo, hablándonos sobre las implicaciones de esta ley, y vamos a recibir el insumo de todos los miembros del comité ejecutivo, jueces, árbitros oficiales, federaciones y principalmente los peleadores, que son los que en última instancia van a salir perjudicados. Así que buenas tardes a todos, nos vemos a las 8 en el cóctel, salimos a las 7 p.m. del lobby del Hotel Seda, así que muchas gracias, buenas tardes. Cerramos sesión.